most welcome to this very important occasion. Please, can we settle down now and have our seats? We implore the people outside to please come in. We are taking off now. Kindly be seated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can we settle down so that we start? We are already running behind schedule. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us start by recognizing some of our invited guests that are already in. We are very optimistic that others will join us as we commence this very important occasion. It is my pleasure to be with you this morning. I am Shola Adeyanju, MNI, and I work with the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies. With me this morning is
Omotayo Okewumi. I work with the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. It's a pleasure being here.
Thank you. Together we shall be anchoring this program for this morning. And permit me to introduce some of our very important guests. This room is filled today with very important people who have excelled in different areas of their endeavor. And we want to thank you for being here with us this morning. We want to thank you for being patient as well. We are aware that this program was supposed to take place earlier than now, but due to some exigencies, it has to be today. But then we can see that we have it today is a blessing for us, as we were even starting it with rain. They said that when there is rain, then there is peace. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's start by acknowledging some of our guests. Seated here now, and I want to welcome him specially, is the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Olawale Edun. Please, can we give him a round of applause?
You're welcome, sir.
You are most welcome, Honorable Minister. Also in our midst and seated close to the Honorable Minister is Seated close to the Honorable Minister of Finance, on his right, is one of the pillars that is making this occasion to be possible today. And we want to especially thank him for that. We have in-house Senator Ibrahim Adejia, the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President's Office of the Vice President.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for all the efforts that we are putting into this to make today a success. You are welcome, sir. And next is we have the representative of the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs in person of Ambassador Regina Andona. Please, where is Ambassador Regina Andona? You are most welcome. Please, can we welcome her? Ushers, please. And next, we have the man that is at the head of everything today. Today, we are rethinking manufacturing. And we want to see how we can use manufacturing sector to move the economy forward and to be able to contribute significantly to our economic and socio-cultural context. And it is my pleasure this morning to introduce to us Otumba Francis Mechioye, OFR, the President of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria.
You're welcome, sir.
I was actually thinking that the applause will be louder than this to welcome our president. Thank you very much. You are most welcome. We also have here somebody who has been duly, I want to really commend him because he came in so early, he was prompt, and he had to wait for us to get this done. One of our keynote speakers for today, who is patiently seated here, former Minister of Finance and Minister of Industry, and the founder, Nigeria Leadership Initiative, is no other person than Dr. Olusegun Aganga, CON.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us.
You are very welcome to this very important occasion. There is somebody in this room who has worked tirelessly. He has been moving up and down. I always ask him whether he will not break down. And he will tell me that, well, I have to multitask. And multitasking he has been doing. And today we can see one of the successes of that multitasking is my friend and my colleague and somebody who is a mover and shaker in the manufacturing industry. Well, join me to welcome the Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadri, MNI.
You're welcome, sir.
You can see that your labor is not in vain. We are getting there gradually. I will also want to introduce my own boss and the person heading one of the people that have put this together today. He has been very passionate about the Nigerian economy, and he has been trying to see how he can put his legs and arms in so many areas. He is no other person than the Director General of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, Professor Ayo Omotayo.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. You're welcome, Professor Ayo. And before my partner here moves on, I'd like to acknowledge the National Treasurer of this great association. Please put your hands together for Reverend Isaac Adeagoye. You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
You are very welcome, sir.
And seated close to him is former president of this great association who doubles as Wakili Adamawa. Please, a round of applause for Ambassador Asen Adamu, CON. You're welcome. It's always a delight having you, sir.
Thank you very much for that. We also have somebody who has been working tirelessly behind the scene, those who have made today possible, and one of the partners for this important occasion. We have in the house Anthony Oputa, the regional managing partner, Ernst Young, West Africa. He's here ably represented by Mr. Ashishi Bakshi, senior partner and head of markets. Please, can you stand for recognition?
You're very much welcome, sir.
Thank you so very much. We thank you for all your efforts and your contributions. Let me also have the pleasure and privilege to introduce to us the president of my own association. That is the Alumni Association of the National Institutes. We said that we have presidents that is one of the biggest ones in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce Ambassador Okafor, Ambassador Obi Okafor, MNI, to this room.
You're welcome, sir.
I am sure the Director General of MAN is happy to have the ANI president in this hall. Thank you so very much, sir, for coming for this occasion. Next to be introduced is the special advisor to the president on ease of doing business. You can imagine how strategic and important that is to us. Permit me to introduce to you Dr. Jumoke Oduwale. You are most welcome.
You're welcome, ma. Thank you for joining us. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope our hands are not too tired. We'll just do a few more claps and we wrap up with this. So moving on, I'd like to acknowledge the Executive Secretary, National Action Committee on AFCFTA. A round of applause for Mr. Olusegun Awolowo. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have in this room a woman who works like a man, and she's elegantly adorned in a red attire. She's no other person than the DG NAFDAC. A round of applause for Professor Mojisola Adeyeye. We're happy to have you in our midst. And then we have the DG of Naseni, and is here represented by Engineer Dr. Benga Olushule. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much. We're happy to have you. Then we have the Director General of the Standard Organization of Nigeria, and is here represented by the director from the organization, is the director in charge of product certification. A round of applause for Engineer Enebi Shuaibu Onucheo. A round of applause for him. Thank you. And then we have the DG of the Raw Materials Research and Development Council, is here represented by a director from the council. A round of applause for Mr. Abubakar Kuleri. Thank you so much for being a part of this event. I believe for now we will stop. As soon as more guests come in, we would do well to acknowledge.
Well, as we do that, I want to recognize somebody who just quietly walked into the room as we're doing the introduction. He's somebody that has also been working very hard and tirelessly as far as the Nigerian economy is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome the Comptroller General of the Nigerian Customs Service, Mr. Adewale Adeniyi.
Thank you so much. We're
You're most
happy
welcome,
to see
sir.
you. All right, just here we have the rep of the ED CEO, Nigeria Export Promotion Council, represented by Mr. Akintunde Folorunsho. Thank you so much for being a part of this event. And then we have the representative from the Bank of Industry, Ogo Ifoma Akagbogo. A round of applause for her. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, members of the Executive and National Council of this great association, We clearly hold you in very high esteem, and it's good to have you in your good numbers. Because of time, we cannot go on with all the list, but we see you, we value you, and we appreciate you deeply. And two other members who are here as exhibitors, as sponsors. Without your support, this event would clearly not have been this beautiful. We say a very, very big thank you to you. And to CEOs, distinguished members of the audience, gentlemen of the press here, invited guests, we would like to say good morning and welcome to the Nigerian Manufacturers Summit 2024. A round of applause for yourselves, really, because we are clearly making history at this event. So, because the Vice President is not here, we won't take the national anthem. We will take that once it comes in. But now we would adjust the program and have the documentary air, because we believe that we clearly cannot rethink manufacturing without having to reflect on what has been. All right. So I'm told that the president will have his welcome address before the documentary. I beg your pardon. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, adorned graciously in white, Otumba Francis Meshoye, OFR. A round of applause for him as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you. Please keep clapping as it comes forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I would like to establish the full protocol, knowing full well that we have spent a lot of time waiting, and this protocol might be the one others may want to stand on. Your Excellency, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our honorable ministers, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Awali Edun, Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Doris Uzuka Anite, Honorable Minister of Power, Chief Honorable Adebayo Adelabu, Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, and Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Maitama Tuga. Our special guest, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals, African Union Commission, His Excellency Abat Muchanga, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, His Excellency Mankeli Mene, the Director General of the NIPSS, Professor Ayo Motayo, former Minister of Finance and Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, and the founder of Nigeria Leadership Initiative, Dr. Olusegun Aganga, CON, the Man Large Corporation Group and President of Dangote Industry Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote GCON. All government representatives, dignitaries and partners, ladies and gentlemen, and Controller General of Custom, they are recognized. On behalf of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, I thank you so immensely for honoring our invitation, despite the unavoidable postponement caused by the unforeseen nationwide labor strike.
While we sincerely regret any inconvenience this may have caused you, I would like to convey our deepest gratitude, particularly to His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for this unique opportunity and magnanimity to host this manufacturer summit in the State House. Since we began communication with the office of the Mr. Vice President, we have received nothing short of full and extensive support and collaboration from the presidency. You want to place on record their great sacrifice of time and intellect in planning process that culminated in the commencement of the Manufacturer Summit today, and the first of its kind. Ladies and gentlemen, I duly welcome you all to the Nigeria Manufacturer Summit. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this summit is Rethinking Manufacturing. Rethinking Manufacturing was crafted to underpin the imperative for a deep reflection and conversation on our industrial trajectory, as well as to interrogate the evident binding constraints that have continued to limit the performance of the manufacturing sector, and to think and agree with the government on what we need to do to address them. The ultimate objective is to position the sector on the path of accelerated growth, enhance its competitiveness, and reap its multiplier effect on the economy in particular and the well-being of the citizenry in general. To achieve the objective, we carefully crafted 5 pillars around the theme, and the Director General will represent those pillars in his introduction of the summit. In the words of Alan Mulally, former CEO of Boeing Commercial Airplanes and later President and CEO of Ford, I quote, "No country is ever successful in the long run without a really strong and vibrant manufacturing base." Ladies and gentlemen, the prevailing macroeconomic environment places severe strains on the manufacturing sector. This is adversely impacting jobs and people's livelihoods. It is concerning that the nation's manufacturing sector is ailing and our members are bowing out of business amidst heightened macroeconomic and infrastructural challenges, making the operating environment costly and inconducive. This reality makes the timing of this summit just. The time this administration is reflecting on its past 1 year in the office, and the most opportune moment to take stock and redouble efforts to achieve President Tinubu's agenda to promote domestic production. I'll just give a short summary of Nigeria manufacturing. Manufacturing has played a pivotal role in shaping the modern world through economic and social transformation, increased production, and technological advancements. The United Kingdom, USA, Germany, Japan, and Australia have all successfully transformed their economies through manufacturing. The Nigerian manufacturing sector once recorded a growth rate as high as 29.57%, particularly in 1981, about 4 decades ago. Since then, the sector has consistently maintained a historically poor performance, as evident by its contribution to gross domestic production, now averaging around 10% over the past 2 decades. However, the current state of manufacturing sector in Nigeria is disturbing from the look of things. The sector is in a state of recession, having experienced successful years of sharp decline in growth. For example, from an average annual growth rate of 3.35% in 2021 and 2.45% in 2022 to 1.4% in 2023. coupled with the most recent 5-year average growth rate of less than 3%. Besides, the sector lacks depth, as most of its growth is driven by few subsectors. In 2022, for instance, only 3 subsectors accounted for about 76% of its contribution to GDP. Unfortunately, none of these 3 subsectors is doing very well at present. Not less than 67 members of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria closed operations between 2019 and 2023, alongside moribund ones, totaling a height of 335 members companies. These are the ones that are members of manufacturers, not to talk of those who are not members of manufacturers. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that the sector is actually in danger. Whereas Nigeria is blessed with enormous human capital and resources, which should be a strong backbone for the manufacturing sector, which in turn should be a vital catalyst and promoter of our national economic prosperity. But we are very far away from closing this gap in industrialization gap. The summit is expected to come up with practical measures and policy reforms to address the binding constraints militating against manufacturing performance and competitiveness. We intend to fashion out measures that will improve our capacity and readiness to beneficially engage in the African continental free trade area and generally improve our export performance. Therefore, at the end of the summit, we are expected to have a tailored time-bound policy roadmap that will address the sector challenges and present it to the government with the hope that influence a proper policy reformation. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the path ahead is challenging, but the rewards are immense. By rethinking our approach to manufacturing in Nigeria, we will unlock the sector's full potential, create numerous employment opportunities, and prepare Nigeria towards a prosperous and self-reliant future. I thank you all for attentively listening, and God bless you all.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can we give a sounding round of applause to our president? Obviously, he has been able to set the tone for us. He has given us some things to think about, and I believe that is why we are all here today. While we wait for the vice president to step in, which will be any moment from now, permit me to quickly recognize some other guests that are inside here with us. The young and highly dynamic Special Assistant to the President on Economic Matters, Office of the Vice President, Mr. Tokpe Fashua, was with us here. I guess they'll be coming in together with the Vice President. We also have here with us Mr. Themba Kumalu, Principal Advisor, Value Chain After Secretariat. Mr. Kumalu, are you in? Please, can you stand up for recognition? Thank you very much. You are most welcome. We also have with us Mr. Malik Dealu, who is the head competition of After Secretariat. Mr. Diallo. Oh, yeah, you are welcome. Thank you very much for being here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we listen to the president, I guess we have some things to start thinking about and to be considering. Ladies and gentlemen, as soon as the vice president comes in, we will rise and then take the national anthem. We wait for the arrival of Mr. Vice President. We are also hoping that immediately after that, we are going to be listening to the Director General of MAN and then take our documentary. Ladies and gentlemen, we wait the arrival of Mr. Vice President. While doing that, permit me to say that we are still expecting some of the ministers who have been invited. Some of them have told us they are on their way. So we are expecting them any moment from now. And we are also been reliably informed that the Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, will be joining us in discussions tomorrow. He has to be away for some other exigencies, and we are hoping to have him with us tomorrow. I believe that we are going to also be welcoming some of the special advisors who will be coming in with Mr. Vice President as he arrives.
I don't want to make the mistake of yes, the representative of Wamkele, Mohammed Ali,
Ladies and gentlemen, we also have information that we have in this room today, Mr. Mohammed Ali, the Director, Trade in Goods and Competition, who will be standing in for His Excellency Wamkele Kabeswe Mene. Please, Mr. Mohammed Ali, if you are in, stand up. Please, can we welcome him to this occasion? Thank you very much, and you are welcome to this occasion.
special advisor Aswa. When
Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we rise for the arrival of the Vice President?
And while he steps in, we would remain standing to take the national anthem. You're welcome, Your Excellency.
You're welcome, Your Excellency. Can we have the national anthem, please? Thank you very much. Please be seated. Your Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. You are sincerely and most welcome to this occasion, sir. We are happy to have you with us, and we want to thank you for all the good things that you have been doing and the support, special support that you have given for this cause to make today a possibility. You are sincerely welcome, sir. Before your arrival, sir, we have introduced the guests, and we have taken the speech by the President of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. With your permission, sir, we want to continue with the program, if it is granted, sir. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, permit me to call to the podium the man that is at the center of it all. He has been working tirelessly with the President of the Manufacturers Association, and you will be amazed at the level of cooperation and synergy within their work. I think this is commendable, and we thank you that you are moving manufacturing forward in the country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the podium with me, the Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadri, MNI. You are sincerely welcome. Please, can we continue to clap until he comes?
Welcome, sir, as he gives the overview of the summit.
Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Kashim, Vice President Kashim Shettima, GCON, honorable ministers, our distinguished keynote speakers, special guests, heads of departments and agencies of government, subject experts, partners, the President of MAN, distinguished members of MAN, ladies and gentlemen, kindly allow me to stand on the protocol already well established before now. I'm honored and delighted to join the President of MAN to welcome you to the 2024 Manufacturers Summit and to present an overview of the summit, the reason why we are here. My task is very simple. It is to give an overview of the 3-day 2024 Nigeria Manufacturers Summit. The summit is organized in partnership with the Presidency, the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, and the S. and Young. The 2024 Manufacturers Summit is titled Rethinking Manufacturing. It is a 3-day event focusing on 5 pillars. The pillars and our expectations on each of the pillars are as follows. Pillar 1, promote growth, upscale productivity, and improve competitiveness. Under this pillar, our target, among others, include to provide solutions to binding constraints limiting the growth and performance of the sector, discuss how to upscale productivity and competitiveness within the sector, suggest measures to boost manufacturing contribution to GDP, employment, and wealth creation, identify policies and reform measures required to enhance the performance of the sector. Pillar 2, enhance energy, security, and infrastructure development. Here, the main focus are as follows. Identify challenges and provide solutions for energy security in the sector. Security, provide strategies for adopting sustainable energy methodologies in the infrastructure in manufacturing sector. Develop outlined strategies for enhancing harmonious modal split for ports, roads, and rail infrastructure for the benefit of the sector. Pillar 3, improve macroeconomic environment, ease of doing business, and periscoping ESG. What we want to achieve under these pillars include the following. Take a deep dive into tackling challenges related to foreign exchange, inflation, interest rates, taxes, and incentives. Recommend policies and regulations on creating a conducive macroeconomic environment for manufacturers. Propose strategies for enhancing ease of doing business, improving finance for the sector, and reducing bureaucratic bottlenecks. Lastly is to evaluate environmental, social, governance, and sustainability. Pillar 4, improve patronage of made-in-Nigeria products and local content development. Our major objectives under this pillar will include the following. Patronage of made-in-Nigerian products and strategies for improving on the performance in this area. Discuss the institutional framework for the effective implementation of Executive Order 003 and 005. Identify measures for local content development in the manufacturing process and provide sectoral guide. Recommend strategy for upscaling security and agricultural yield. Discuss sustainable practices in production processes and improving product quality to meet global standards. Pillar 5, leverage regional and continental free trade for export development. What we shall be considering under this pillar as follows. Assess the level of readiness of Nigeria for regional and continental trade. Leverage the ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme and AFCFTA agreement to increase the export of manufactured products. Ascertain available trade information on frontier markets and review the performance and efficacy of export promotion initiatives and incentives in Nigeria. The methodologies. The summit is slated for 3 eventful days. Day 1, morning session, which is what we're having now. We feature the opening ceremonies and strategic keynote presentations and tour of the 3-day Made in Nigeria exhibition stand, to be led by His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This will be followed by the afternoon session to be presided over by His Excellency, the Vice President. This session will witness technical presentations. Day 2. Day 2 is set aside to interrogate the factors inhibiting the performance of the manufacturing sector and agreeing on specific and practical measures to address them. It is comprised of 5 focus group discussions based on the earlier mentioned 5 pillars. Participants will include heads of ministries, departments, and agencies of government, heads of relevant committees of the National Assembly, representatives of continental institutions, selected CEOs of member companies, and heads of sectoral groups and subject matter experts. Day 3. Day 3 is for the wrap-up. It will witness the recap of proceedings of the summit, presentations by partners and continental institutions, presentation on the outcome of the summit to Mr. President, and quite importantly, a joint commitment to the diligent and timeous implementation of the outcomes of the summit. The general expectations include the following: to underscore the overarching importance of a viral manufacturing sector for the overall development of the Nigerian economy and the well-being of its people. To achieve increased contribution of the manufacturing sector to the GDP and job creation. To engender a government-man concurrence on the challenges confronting manufacturers and inhibiting the growth of the manufacturing sector in Nigeria. To emplace a common agreement on practical measures and policy reforms to address the binding constraints militating against manufacturing performance. To secure a consensus on the imperatives for enhancing the productivity and competitiveness of the sector. To jointly develop a time-framed roadmap for resolving identified challenges confronting the sector, to strengthen partnership between the public and private sector actors to enhance the sector, and lastly, set a mechanism for periodic monitoring and evaluation of progress made in the implementation of the outcome of the summit. I conclude. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 Manufacturer Summit offers a unique opportunity for us to commit to the outcomes of this summit that will significantly alleviate our current economic challenges. It promises to point the way forward for a virile, competitive, and resilient manufacturing sector. We therefore invite you to an exciting and transformative summit to rethink the manufacturing landscape and redefine the trajectory of the Nigerian manufacturing sector. I thank you all for your kind attention. God bless you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for the Director General of MAN, Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadri, MNI. Thank you. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way to his seat. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying the course. Just like you heard the DG say, it's an eventful 3 days, and I'm sure that for everyone who is participating on the summit, it's clearly value for time. And this is a summit that is not a talk shop, like I said earlier. It's a summit where we would have frank conversation and come to a reasonable conclusion on how to move the manufacturing sector of the country forward. And we're so happy that the Vice President is here to listen to all that we have to offer and see how to rejig things that we need to do to ensure that the economy is better for it. To further buttress what the Director General has said, there was a reason why we came up with the theme, Rethinking Manufacturing, because we clearly see that it's high time we started looking at how to make these giants live up to its expectation. So on your screen, showing now is a documentary, 13 minutes documentary, on what we think we should be considering at this point and why we must take action now. Ladies and gentlemen, the documentary, please.
Before independence in 1960, Nigeria's manufacturing sector was mostly dominated by trading entities that later transformed into conventional manufacturing companies.
Those days, this country depends mostly on goods imported. The British, who are colonial masters, give us the feeling that anything not British is not good, meaning that our country have depended mostly on what is being brought from abroad.
After independence, a new phase of industrial development-oriented policies was introduced to promote manufacturing using public investment and leveraging regional endowments.
Pre-independence, we had a well-structured but small manufacturing sector in Nigeria. After independence, we found oil. We went to sleep in terms of industrialization and depended on importing almost everything we did.
The manufacturing sector in Nigeria was taking its first baby steps.
Pa Adetola in Nigeria, who by one by of the other have had reasons to travel, but they came back. Ventured into manufacturing of tires. Tires were mainly imported. But it didn't get the required patronage initially, but after some time, it became the infant for everybody.
The manufacturing sector had experienced significant growth in its early years due to extensive policy support and incentives provided by the first National Development Plan.
First thing government did is forming partnership with the private sector, and we agreed on what policies are required to safeguard this production. We agreed to stop importing limestone and bag, calling it cement. And we said we give a time scale. If you don't go into manufacturing, you're going to pay very high duty.
Government have had, from time to time, institute measures that will allow us to have an enhancement of the capacity of the local investors.
This led to the emergence of several industries that produce different items. Despite this exponential growth, the manufacturing sector was beset with numerous challenges.
The manufacturing sector is one of the most credible sectors when it comes to sustainable economic growth and development.
As a manufacturing entity, you will require a lot of support in terms of being able to have access to your raw materials, in terms of being able to produce in such a way that you'll be able to compete with existing imported alternatives.
These constraints resulted in dismal performance, low capacity utilization, huge labor reductions, disruption in manufacturing operations, and closures of companies around the country. Some industries were especially affected by the economic downturn of that time. In a bid to create a conducive environment and engender manufacturing growth, few industrialists and top executives in manufacturing companies in Lagos, led by Chief T.A. Odutola, came together to establish the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria.
Those days, what we had was the chambers of commerce. But when we saw that the interest of manufacturing was not being catered for in the way we desire, we put out.
The manufacturers said that, look, we need to have an independent platform that will promote real manufacturing.
The advocacy efforts of the association eventually elicited huge support from successive governments in an attempt to address the challenges of the manufacturing sector.
Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, has played significant roles over the years by engaging with the government in social, economic development space, advocating for strategic policy making that will impact on the economy at large and manufacturers in particular.
This was principally due to the strategic role of the sector as one of the development-oriented contributors to the GDP.
As the sector was advancing, MAN as an advocacy group too was advancing, and we became stronger. There was a time that what we needed to do was to even get government to accept that we are authentic representatives of manufacturers. We are now accepted as authentic voices that could present opinion of manufacturers. Then when we grew, we started to be accepted as partners to government.
We played a significant role in the establishment of Standard Organization of Nigeria, establishment of back of industry that will cater for industry at large and manufacturing so in particular.
As a critical driver of economic growth with a multiplier effect on national wealth, the manufacturing sector has the potential for economic transformation and industrialization in Nigeria. However, recent global and domestic challenges have combined to hamper the overall contribution of the sector to the economy.
Since yesterday I moved to Lagos, I'm supposed to be Abuja by now.
Me, I did that 1 week and 3 days. This color of work we do, we don't do color finish. To pass motor will be problem.
The manufacturing sector is just trying to survive. Okay, the environment is very harsh. It's far from being very conducive. Government is preaching enabling environment, conducive environment for manufacturers, but the environment is not yet as conducive as we would want it to be.
Government need to work hand in hand with the manufacturers before getting into certain policies.
The current status of the manufacturing sector in Nigeria is not inspiring, with a myriad of challenges facing the sector today, which require urgent attention and action.
We need to go back to and let government understand that it has a responsibility to create a condition where people will invest in industrial activities and there will be sufficient time for them to reap the result of their investment.
More recently, governments introduced the Nigeria Industrial Revolution Plan and the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan were implemented to revive the economy, amongst others.
We published and submitted what is called MAN Blueprint for accelerated development of manufacturing sector in Nigeria to the government for implementation. We contributed meaningfully to the drafting of the Nigeria Industrial Revolution Plan and Sustainability Plan and National Development Plan for 2021 to 2025.
The AFCFTA, which came into effect on January 1st, 2021, brings together the largest free trade area in the world, covering 54 African countries and a combined population of over 1.2 billion people. It presents a unique opportunity to bolster manufacturing in Africa, promote improved patronage of locally made goods, deepen export development efforts, and offers an excellent opportunity for boosting intra-African trade manufactured products.
We always have issues at the point of implementation. There has been the issue of AGOA. That has come and gone down. Now the inter-African trade is been on the board. Till today, the implementation is still shaky.
There is no way Naira can appreciate if we are not producing anything with which they are going to trade with.
If you want to be less import dependent, you need to be sure that your manufacturing sector is thriving. The growth of manufacturing sector will generate more employment, give opportunity to export, thereby earning foreign exchange, and at the same time make the economy to be less import dependent.
Upscaling productivity, manufacturing performance and competitiveness has to do with the quality of the products we produce here. And that's why you have NAFDAC, SON, and similar organizations. And these are regulatory bodies on which Manufacturer Association has representative.
Ironically, Nigeria currently ranks 131 among 190 countries in the ease of doing business, according to the World Bank annual ratings. But the cost of doing business remains at an all-time high. Clearly, measures such as improving power supply and addressing the current infrastructural deficit by the government are urgently required to improve the operating environment and performance of the manufacturing sector. The best time for rethinking the manufacturing sector in Nigeria is now.
The railway is an area we believe government should continue to push because it's very, very effective. You see an average Nigeria, he says, I bought that for $10. Well, the moment you say $10, he says it's been imported and he takes pride in that. I mean,
we have assemblers in Nigeria that really have produced CNG motor vehicles, and they are very good vehicles. They stand test of time, and patronage of this will go a long way in developing our auto industry.
To implement the Made in Nigeria goods, what we need to do is just to bring up a very strong policy that made in Nigerian goods should be first on priority before importing anything. By the way, if you must import, then the best thing to do is to tax those importing similar things we can make here.
It is indeed the time for every stakeholder in the manufacturing sector and the Nigerian economy to have constructive conversations on the pathway to resolving the binding constraints limiting the performance of the sector.
Before you can bring in any investor into a country, the environment must be okay. I would love to see that government is more interested in resuscitating ailing industries that are fast-going comatose.
We have to pay taxes, but could they concentrate much more on expanding the tax net? Each time a businessman is paying taxes, or manufacturers in particular, you find many other taxes coming up. And if you don't comply, you are still finding a way to deal with your manufacturing problem. I think they just come and they say they want to lock you up with mobile police, with everything, and they will lock you up, they put seal order.
The government has very good idea to generate fund, fine. But if you must generate fund, plan how to generate the fund without killing the industries that are already existing.
There is no better time to leverage the potentials of the sector as a key driver of economic transformation, industrialization, employment, and wealth creation than now.
Over the years, we have noticed that our advocacy has not achieved the desired results. And that was because we didn't get the concurrence of government. So what we tried to do was to be able to put the industry and government on the same page.
I'm glad that the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria is now pushing for this greater and closer engagement between the manufacturing sector as a private sector and the government. And I think this is a very good sign.
Together, we can intentionally develop the pathway towards a virile and competitive manufacturing sector, and by extension, record sustained economic growth.
Surprise, I could see the level of concentration as the documentary was running. Can we give man another round of applause for this? I want to believe that with this documentary, we do not have any doubts again as to why we are here today. And I want to say that today's event is so significant because it's establishing that unity of purpose between government and the manufacturers. It's also a way of saying we want to move the country forward from being a consuming economy to a producing economy. Thank you so much for this documentary. Now, we are going to move on with the program as quickly as possible. We are aware of the time and exigencies of Mr. Vice President, and we are going to try as much as possible to keep it clear and short. Let me introduce to you, because it is a privilege to me and an opportunity, someone who has seen it all, someone who is on the field, and those who are feeling the pinches where it matters most. Those who want to speak to power and to say, look, let's put policies that will move us forward in place. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce that great Nigerian, that great African, that great manufacturer, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, GCON, the president, Dangote Industries Limited. Please, let's welcome him to the podium as he steps forward to talk to us about rethinking manufacturing in Nigeria. My privilege to welcome you to this occasion, sir. You are most welcome, sir. Yes, sir.
This one or this one? Okay. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, Your Excellency, the Deputy Chief of Staff, the President of Manufacturers Association, the second keynote speaker, former Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, the former President of Manufacturers Association, Wakilin Adama, he's here with us. Then the Secretary General, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I actually stand on the existing, protocol, but I would like to also mention the, Comptroller General of Customs. You are very welcome to join us because you are a key part of our success. I feel greatly honored to be invited to deliver the first keynote address for the 2024 Nigerian Manufacturers Association, an event organized to proffer solutions to the myriads of challenges flagging the real sector. I'm particularly glad to be participating in these proceedings of the summit, given that Dangote Group is a major player in the nation's manufacturing sector. Undoubtedly, the strategic conversation between public and private sector, which this summit should facilitate has been long overdue. I commend and congratulate His Excellency, the Vice President, and the leadership of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria for initiating this, and I hope it will be a continuing platform that will enable us to coherently and sustain efforts to drive the reindustrialization of our economy, which is necessary for us. Before I delve into my paper, let me start with some key messages. And please, I would like you to note, import dependence is equivalent to importing poverty, exporting jobs. Anything that you import, you are importing poverty into your nation and you are exporting jobs out. No power, no growth, no prosperity. So unless you have a power, you will not have growth, you will not have prosperity. Similarly, no affordable financing, no growth, no prosperity. There is no industrialization without protection. So ignoring all these facts is what gives rise to insecurity, banditry, kidnapping, and abject poverty in the land. Now, let me dive into the details of my paper, which I would like to present. It is now an established fact that industrialization is an inescapable route to sustainable and inclusive economic growth and human development. I believe we will all know the critical role of manufacturing plays in the modern economy, especially its impacts on other sectors through various linkages, which is job creation, economic diversification, FX generation, government revenues, technology transfer, and adaptation and innovation. Manufacturing remains a key driver in a nation's quest for economic development and self-sufficiency. It is easy to determine the level of economic development, growth, and well-being of a nation by observing its manufacturing sector. It is evident that the strength of a country's manufacturing sector determines its capacity to compete in global trade, which is about 70% in manufacturing goods, according to the available statistics. Countries that have industrialized and have a robust manufacturing sector and able to export manufactured goods are generally able to grow their economies through global trade. A review of the percentage of manufactured goods in the export trade of various countries indicates clearly the relationship between industrialization and the capacity of the manufacturing sector. China is 93%, South Korea is 93%, European Union is 83%, Malaysia 86%, India is 73%, USA is 70%, Egypt 42%, South Africa 37%, just to mention a few. Sadly, Nigeria remains far behind with its manufacturing sector, accounting for less than 5% of its merchandise export in 2022. And this is mainly coming from urea and cement. This is high level of dependence on commodities export, which Nigeria shares with most African countries, that is which Dr. Akinwumi Adesina described as African paradox. High level of poverty, unemployment, and low productivity despite the possession of enormous natural resources. So let's go to now trajectory of Nigeria's manufacturing sector. Your Excellency, sir, ladies and gentlemen, even a cursory review of the trajectory of manufacturing sector since independence will show clearly that a sector has not always performed fairly. Post-independence, and indeed until the late 1980s, we had a thriving and consistently growing and increasingly diversifying manufacturing industry. Our industrialization policies were well thought out and diligently implemented. There was a determined effort to promote investment in manufacturing value addition in local agricultural products such as cocoa, rubber, cotton, granules, etc. across Nigeria. We had a robust industries in Kano, Kaduna, Lagos, and Asaba, employing thousands of workers across cotton textiles value chain. And if you remember, textile unions at that time, they employed almost 270,000 people next to the federal government of Nigeria. So now, if you look at it now, we have these robust industries all over, and then the value chain from ginneries to spinning, weaving, finishing, all these processes is all done before in Nigeria. This supported extensive cotton farming in areas like Katsina, Zamfara, Kano, and Kaduna states. We had various oil mills converting cotton oil seeds, palm kernels, granules, and other into pure vegetable oil. Two of the largest tire manufacturers in Europe, Michelin and Dunlop, established large tire factories, one in Port Harcourt and the other one in Lagos, respectively, using natural rubber from the vast rubber plantations across Rivers, Ogun, and Edo State. Even in the petroleum industry, a policy of value addition to local raw materials was actively pursued during this period. In fact, the main thrust of our Nigeria's third national development plan was in 1975 to 1980. That was the last development national plan that we had. And you can see that this whole thrust was to eliminate fuel queues. You can see since 49 years, we've been fighting this. There's no way you'll be fighting something for 49 years, you will not succeed. Then you have to give up. Because, I mean, during Gowon's administration, they did massively very well, including, trying to set up mobile refineries and co. But the idea was killed. It did not succeed. So now, if you look at it, the first crude oil refinery was established in Port Harcourt in 1965, followed by Warri in 1978, and then Kaduna in 1980. Again, a second refinery was commissioned in Port Harcourt in 1989. Since then, no further capacity was added. On the contrary, all these three plants were allowed to steadily decline, forcing the country to resort to embarrassing import dependency. Apart from the focus on local value addition, the earlier industrial policies also encouraged and supported local entrepreneurs to go into manufacturing, leading to emergence of our trailblazers in the sector, such as the Odutolas, the Adebowales, the Adedoyins, the Dantatas, the Isiaku Rabius, who were very big in textiles, the Chin Okekes, Razak Okoya, that's Eleganza, if you can remember, the Onafo Okons, which is Lad Group, to do, cocoa processing, and many others. In the mid-70s, following this end of the Civil War, and encouraged by the massive inflow of oil revenues, government also adopted a policy to which you call import substitution, promoting industries such as automobile assembly, flour milling, and many fill and finish pharmaceutical industries. But you know, we actually have to be very serious. Nigeria was way ahead of Morocco in terms of setting up automobile assembly. Today, as we speak, the highest revenue, foreign exchange revenue earner for Morocco is what? Is export of vehicles. But our own were killed totally. But they now earn $13 billion out of export of vehicles, more than the phosphates. Because phosphate to Morocco was like oil to us. But that has been overtaken. Well, many of these private investment and others were set up as a joint venture with the federal government of Nigeria, such as the assembly plants. This includes these industries of the 1970s and 80s grew and thrived, creating thousands of jobs for Nigerians and also enabling the development of the MSME sectors, further boosting job creation and growth. The assembly plants, for instance, encouraged and supported many local content, MSME, including batteries, plastics, and the rest of them. As a result, manufacturing sector sustained a steady growth in the 1970s and early 80s, despite the impact of the Civil War and global economic crisis of the 1980s. But as all of us can testify, our manufacturing sector has declined over the years and has largely failed to provide the job it was expected to create for our teeming youth. It has also increasingly lost the strong linkages it once had with our agricultural and mining sectors, which, if it had continued, would have resulted in increasing food security and energy self-sufficiency. We may all recall thriving manufacturing concerns across the country like Stair in Bauchi, Leyland in Ibadan, Anamco, which is Mercedes in Enugu, Fiat in Kano, Volkswagen in Lagos, Peugeot in Kaduna, Oshobo, Delta, Jos, Katsina Steel Rolling Mills, Jeba Paper Mills, etc. These and more and many others have actually since joined the graveyard of dead manufacturing concerns. Clearly, therefore, there's an urgent and imperative need for us to rethink our manufacturing. So now we go to the next step, which is rethinking manufacturing, which is the main theme of the day. There are, no doubt, many causes for the failure of our manufacturing sector to meet the expectations of our people. Let me use my own personal experience to illustrate. When textile businesses were booming, we went and set up our own textile mills in Kano called Dangote General Textile Mills. And then we massively invested billions at that time. That wasn't enough. We went through and bought the foreign shareholder of Nigerian Textile Mills, which was a textile mills set up for the Western region by Chief Awolo, and that was 1960. But at the end of the day, there was no government protection. We had to shut down both the two factories. In fact, we had to delay because the issue is that the biggest challenge we had was with the Nigerian textile mills because most of their workers, they have worked there for 25, 30 years. So paying their pension and gratuity was difficult for us. Luckily for us, somebody now came around that he wanted to buy our bank. We had Liberty Merchant Bank. So by the time we sold Liberty, I was very happy. I cashed out 1.2 billion. But after cashing out 1.2 billion, the textile industry consumed 985 million to pay pension and gratuity just to get out of the business. And that is how we now got out of the business. We burnt our fingers, and that is why when even President Obasanjo asked us to come back and invest in textiles, I told him, Mr. President, I will do whatever you want us to do, but textiles, no, thank you. The second one now is to do with motor vehicles. And I said, we have started before Algeria, Morocco. Morocco today is the highest foreign exchange earner. But what happened? One day, out of the bureaus, we have invested, everything was going well. The Comptroller General of Customs then, not the current one, the current one is a good man. Hamid Ali just wrote a memo to President Buhari that, look, he is losing revenue. So please, it is better to allow all these vehicles to come rather than them to go to Republic of Benin. Instead of protecting people, he now destroyed that industry by now making sure that, yes, all of us, majority of us were asked to go and invest $100 million. In fact, our own was just commissioned last month to do CKD of 10,000 trucks. But as far as I know, it is a dead business. We also rushed with some governors from the north, and we opened up the Peugeot. Peugeot 2 was also killed. So we have to be careful. In fact, the only thing that can make people to go into industrialization is the protection of the industries. Mr. Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you can see today in our own sector of cement, all our tax holidays were withdrawn about 4 years ago. But because government is serious, there's protection in the business. As we speak today, we are building brand new 6 million metric tons at about 900. Despite the lack of dollars, we are spending $900 million to build 6 million plant in Itori. In fact, it has gone far, and we hope by end of next year we'll be able to finish. So it's not about incentives. No, it's about protection. There's no country that does not protect their own industry. But in Nigeria now, somebody will come and now say, okay, fine, yes, I have something to sell. My car is assembled in Nigeria. Yes, it's 40 million. Somebody said that, no, give me the one assembled in Romania. I'd rather pay 45. Why? It doesn't make sense. So it is better we learn how to have what you call a circular economy, where all activities are within. Bankers will get their own, manufacturers will get their own, people who are even selling food, everybody will now get, but the things will remain internally and create massive economic activities. So, Your Excellency, I trust this summit will identify all the critical issues, deliberate on the challenges, and prosper how to reverse the trend. For me, the most critical issues to address is government policy and government attitude to investments and investors in the sector. I intend to focus on this in the next of my keynote address, which is protecting and supporting industries. I believe a primary role and responsibility of government is not only to promote investment and encourage investors in manufacturing, but also to ensure that those investments are nurtured and protected to grow and thrive. Industrial manufacturing entities are not like trading entities. In every economic regime, including the most advanced, investment projects in manufacturing and industrial sectors need time and a conducive environment for them to mature, build capacity and scale to become competitive against those in older and more matured markets. But since the mid-1990s, non-industrialized countries and their leaders have been discouraging they've been discouraged from protecting and supporting such investments and forced to expose them for unfair competition from stronger, older competitors in their own internal markets, even before the newcomers are commissioned. Yet, these same older, bigger players are well supported in their home markets. Let me give a few examples. Mr. Vice President, sir, the U.S. government blocked the sale of U.S. steel to Nippon Steel of Japan, despite the good relationship between Japan and the U.S. U.S. government, both the Congress and the President, they blocked the sale. They don't have one single share, but because they've taken it that, no, this is a national asset. You, the owners, cannot go and sell national assets. Then, at the same time, the U.S. government, that is the Congress, and also the President at that time, blocked the sale of 6 U.S. ports management companies to Dubai Port World. I'm sure all of you are aware of this. Then again, the U.S. government also put a restrictions of Chinese cranes at U.S. ports. Again, U.S. government imposed last month 100% tariff on Chinese electric vehicles, 50% tariff on semiconductors, 50% tariff on medical products, solar panels, etc. Why? Because they want to protect their own industries, which we don't do here. The restrictions of Russian gas supply to Europe, compelling European countries to turn to coal, despite very loud voices against fossil fuel. You can see now when there was a problem between them and Russia, instead of them to use Russia's gas, even Britain, they opened all their old coal mines to produce coal for the safety of their own industries. The distribution again of $39 billion in subsidies by the U.S. government as an incentive for companies to produce microchips locally. Asia achieved their significant level of industrialization by pursuing industrial policies where the government played an active role in nurturing and supporting local companies. They then subsequently leveraged this success to attract foreign direct investment into free trade zones. Let me clearly state that by government protection of industry, I do not mean short to medium term. Regulatory mechanisms such as tax holidays and other incentives which have their place in industrial policy should be applied when necessary to mitigate investment challenges. I'm concerned with a long-term policy framework which ensures that investors can invest with understanding that the industry will in the long run be regarded as a national asset and not just investors' assets, so that when it is threatened either by external forces or by changes in environment beyond the control of the individual operators, government will take appropriate action to protect investors and support them to survive the threat. Almost all countries did this in response to the COVID threat. Those in the pharmaceutical industry may well remember how India protected and supported the pharmaceutical industries. If you remember, one time we couldn't get COVID vaccines because India stopped the export of their COVID vaccines, said that no, their citizens' life first before anybody's life. So if we adopt such a policy and government attitude towards textile industries, tire industry, in the 80s and early 90s, perhaps our economy today will still be benefiting from the job creation capacity of all these industries. Or if we had adopted the attitude of our refining industry Nigerians will not today be too anxious about Dangote refinery. I'm aware that the Bretton Woods Institute have confused some of our economists about the word protection, to the extent that some of them think it is blasphemy, a word that should not be uttered in good company. But how did China, South Korea, India, and several other Asian countries emerge as a strong economies and a threat to the existing world economic order? Because what they did not follow that advice. They shut their doors. They have their own internal policies. They massively produce goods. They feed their own. Citizens. They feed their own market. The excess capacity is what now they are attacking us with. So we are often told that protecting your industries make your country uncompetitive. This is pure fiction. That's not true. It is quite the reverse. I say you cannot be competitive unless you protect and support your own industry. In the past, Nigeria was not competitive in cement production. Up to 2007, Nigeria was producing less than 2 million tons of cement per annum. Today, we have about 60 million tons of production in capacity and another 9 million under construction. That is the industry, not Dangote, the industry. The foundation for this success story was laid by an administration which decided to extend full support and protection to Nigeria's cement industry. And I know that Minister Aganga is here. When he was minister, at a point, maybe 1,000 trips by some people, went to him to destroy the industry, but luckily he did not heed to their call. So what is happening? So today, we are among the 10 most competitive in cement producers in the world, and the biggest cement producer and cement exporter in Africa. That is our record in 2023. So Dangote Cement alone, just to tell you the benefits. So sometimes when people talk about, tax holiday, people are always against tax holiday. But tax holiday is 5 years, and it will finish. If you look at it, our own tax, Dangote Cement tax alone, paid more taxes in 2023 than the entire major banking industry. And as we speak today, daily, what we are paying, to be precise, 650 million naira in VAT on a daily basis, Saturdays, Sundays inclusive. So it is also often suggested that protecting your industries leads to monopoly. Again, this is false. You create the environment for monopoly when new investors are not willing or not allowed to invest in the industry. But the field is open. Anybody can come and invest. In asking for protection, I am not asking government to prevent others from investing in sector or in industry. Quite the opposite. I'm recommending that government policy should support, protect existing industries so that others will know that their investments will also be protected. Is there any better incentives than that? I don't think so. So I humbly submit that an industrial policy that assures investors of support and protection is the greatest incentive for all investors, both local and foreign. It is a common knowledge that foreign investors only come when they see that local investors are also doing well. What attracts foreign investment is not government agencies or president or going out there to seek for foreign investment. No, what attracts foreign investment is domestic investment. No domestic investment, no foreign investment will come in. Furthermore, I'm convinced that when government policy becomes more supportive and protective, investors will be more willing to collaborate and partner with government in resolving the other challenges such as infrastructure deficit, market instabilities, and macroeconomic issues such as inflation and foreign exchange volatilities. Before I go to the conclusion, I want to say one or two things. Mr. Vice President, Your Excellency, I know that today we're battling with a very high interest rates. This interest rate is now saying that we should fight inflation. I'm not an economist. I'm just a local businessman. But, Your Excellency, the other countries, why did they jack up interest rates? Because during COVID, the G7 countries pumped money into their economies to the tune of 18.9 trillion. So their economies were over, they were over, they were evaporated with so many things. So there was so much of money chasing few goods. So if you have so much of money chasing fewer goods, it means that everything is going to go up. But, Your Excellency, during COVID, we did not, and I repeat, we did not reflect any economy at all. We didn't do anything. The only thing that we did was sharing of palliatives. I'm not talking about Nigeria now. I'm talking about Africa in general. There's no any African country that came. Maybe some few have actually given lower interest rates. But right now, Your Excellency, at 30%, there's no way anybody can create jobs. If interest rate is 30%, there won't be any job creation because we're actually stifling growth. So interest rate can remain 30, but then no growth will happen unless that interest rate goes down. So, so my conclusion, Your Excellency, is that let me therefore conclude by reiterating that Nigeria has all it takes to develop and sustain a globally competitive manufacturing sector. But to do so, we must rethink our industrialization policy. We must look to leading countries in the West and the East who are actively protecting their domestic industries. We must similarly enact policies to protect our domestic industries and nurture them into homegrown champions that will create jobs and prosperity we desperately need. The time to rethink our industrial policy is now. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Much. Thank you, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, for that remarkable keynote. It's always a delight listening to you, and it comes from a point of vast experience, well-researched, and the practicality in the presentation. Thank you so much for that candid presentation. And we are very glad that His Excellency listened to all that he has said, and I believe we would see the feedback from when His Excellency speaks to us later. Thank you. Kindly have your seat. All right. I'm aware that His Excellency is actually paying so much sacrifice to be here with us. He has quite a number of planned out engagements, but we will try to maximize our time to ensure that we have him till the end of this session. And so the next on the program is a keynote speech by the second speaker. And from what I know about the speaker, he's an excellent presenter. We had him at the annual general meeting of the association, and he spoke intelligently well. So you are set to listen to another vibrant speaker. But because of time, we would just plead that he compresses his presentation to 20 minutes. I know that's almost a task impossible, but we believe you can do that, sir. We are proud of you, and we believe you will do justice to your presentation in 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for founder Nigerian Leadership Initiative and former Nigerian Minister of Finance and Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Olusegun Aganga, CON. A round of applause for him as he makes his way forward.
His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented here today by the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator, His Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima. Please allow me to stand on the protocol already established by the President of Man. I'm delighted and honored to be a special guest speaker at this Manufacturers Summit, organized by Man in partnership with the Presidency, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, the National Institute of Strategic Studies, and Ernst & Young. I've been asked to speak on the theme, Rethinking Manufacturing in Nigeria, a theme that has become topical in most countries. Today, the advanced economies are transforming traditional manufacturing processes to incorporate modern technologies, sustainability, and innovation practices. China, the largest exporter of goods to Nigeria and to Africa, for example, has already commenced Made in China 2025 plan and the Belt and Road Initiative, which will make it easier, make it cheaper to move goods manufactured in China to partner countries like Nigeria, Ethiopia, Kenya, South Africa, and 13 other African countries. And yet, there's no free movement of goods, people, and services, even within Africa. It is interesting to note that these are target countries for Nigeria under the African Continental Free Trade Zone. China is already implementing AI-driven systems to create smart factories. Germany, on their own part, have already adopted the smart factory model that will lead to manufacturing goods in a more flexible way, energy efficient, resource saving, and cost-effective manner. As part of this strategy, Germany recently announced a Euro 35 billion tax cut over the next 4 years to help reduce the burden of energy crisis for manufacturers, particularly energy-intensive industries. India, on the other hand, has embarked on a massive import reduction strategy to stop the estimated $15 billion production losses and about 100,000 job losses as a result of importation from China. The developing countries with relatively low manufacturing value-added bases have also been re-evaluating their approach and charting new paths towards sustainable progress in manufacturing. South Africa, Morocco, as you heard from Aliko Dangote, Egypt have been promoting manufacturing and adding value to their exports, particularly in sectors like automobile, agribusiness, and chemicals. I am inclined to believe that with this summit, Nigeria is signaling to the world and investors that the time has come to transform our economy. The time has come to give manufacturing the attention it deserves, a path every prosperous country has gone through in the world. So why manufacturing? You've had a number of reasons. History has shown that no country has ever become rich without having a competitive manufacturing sector and in modern terms, an advanced services sector. It is a key driver for economic transformation, job creation, poverty reduction, and a major consideration when managing the balance of payment and foreign reserves of any country. Nigeria is a blessed nation, and I'm privileged and proud to be in Nigeria. Yes, we have more than 85 million hectares of land, of arable land, more than 45 solid minerals in commercial quantity, and we're a top 10 or 15 oil gas producer in the world. But Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, make no mistakes. These do not make us rich as a nation. These resources do not make us rich. What makes a country rich are what you do with these resources. It's about moving from peasant farming to commercial agriculture, from artisanal mining to attracting minor and major miners in the mining sector. It is about how you convert sugar cane to sugar and a source of energy, cotton to textile and garments, how you produce aluminum from bauxite, steel from iron ore. It is how we convert crude oil and gas to refined petroleum products, fertilizers, petrochemicals, and feedstock for plastic and the chemicals industry. This is where manufacturing comes in. Manufacturing multiplies national wealth. I'll tell you this, industrial development is not by accident. It is not by luck. It is a nation's choice. You must choose to do it. And when you choose to do it, you must therefore have an intentional, precise, and intense approach to nurturing and expanding manufacturing activities. It is important we bear this in mind as we deliberate in the next few days. So as we rethink manufacturing, cement is now used for some of our roads. It is a major contributor to our GDP. No demand for foreign exchange to import cement anymore, and the players in the industry are the biggest taxpayers in the country. What else do you want? You heard from Aliko that only Aliko alone, Aliko Dangote cement alone, paid more taxes than all the banks put together. What else do we need to know? That is what continuity, it's not just about policy, it's about continuity. It's what continuity does. The third point I want to talk about is about business environment. I only talk about two because I've had a few comments on that. One of the largest or biggest determinants of how much investment in an economy attracts is a macroeconomic environment. An environment where inflation is at a relatively high level, exchange rates at a high and volatile, and a large percentage of a national income is going towards servicing debts cannot foster the kind of stimulus the manufacturing sector and indeed economy need without any form of intervention or creativity. There's a need to design a macroeconomic framework to be implemented by the strong macroeconomic management team that is accountable to the president. We also need to eliminate excessive custom duties, levies, multiple taxation, and over-regulation by multiple regulators with overlapping mandates. Three things. Regulators, multiple regulators with overlapping mandates. In this regard, acknowledge, I want to stress a profound gratitude that the executive order signed by His Excellency Mr. President on Friday, which granted zero duty to the inputs for pharmaceutical companies, is indeed a master stroke for the industry. It is a great win for Nigerians, but for sustainability, there should be a program with timelines to produce at least some of these inputs locally. That is when you have a sustainable solution. The zero duty is just a temporary solution. I would talk, the MSME sector is always critical when we talk about manufacturing. It's part of the whole system, the ecosystem of manufacturing. All over the world, MSMEs are the primary drivers of employment and economic growth. The last survey conducted by NBS and Smedan identified about 40 million MSMEs in Nigeria, employing about 76% of our workforce, accounting for about 50% of our GDP and about 7.6% of our exports. That is how important the SME sector is. But this sector has not been given enough attention. It is important to reconstitute the National MSME Council chaired by the Vice President as required by Smedan Act to facilitate growth and competitiveness in the sector. Manufacturing, we have to look at it broadly, but at the same time, it's important that we focus on export-oriented manufacturing. In 1980, both China and Nigeria each accounted for 1% of global world exports. However, by 2023, China accounted for 16.6% of the global exports, non-oil, while Nigeria was less than 0.03%. China has grown richer and its currency, the yuan, much stronger. One of the major ways to strengthen the naira is to become export-oriented. It's important we address that in the next few days. The sixth point I want to talk about is about industrial infrastructure. Invest heavily in industrial infrastructure. I will not expand on that because the DG man has already talked about that as one of the pillars. But there's another infrastructure that is important. It's not stomach infrastructure, but it's about quality infrastructure. Apart from a very low manufacturing value add base, the major problem with Nigeria's export of non-oil commodities and competitiveness is standard. Poor compliance with phytosanitary measures has caused Nigeria to have one of the highest level of rejects of agricultural produce exports to Europe and the United States. All efforts should be made to fast-track the completion of the quality infrastructure project, which was started 9 years ago, working with UNIDO and EU. Finance. Dangote talked about finance, but I want to talk about finance in 2 or 3 other dimensions. It's about, yes, access to finance. Access is number one. Second is affordable finance. The third is about availability of finance. It's not just finance. There are 3 problems associated with finance: access, affordability, and availability. Finance in the economy is insufficient. A study which was undertaken a few years ago showed that the total loans disbursed by the Bank of Industry over a period of 12 years was significantly less than the annual demand of the manufacturers. That is how insufficient finance is in the economy. The country's developing financial institutions are grossly undercapitalized and need assistance to source cheap funds from external sources. We commenced that process in 2013 with BOI, which included getting the Bank of Industry credit rated so that it can access cheap funds from the international capital markets and institutions. I am delighted to say that today, the Bank of Industry is now rated AAA, and it has been able to source more than $5 billion from external sources to support the industrial sector. There are many other alternative sources of capital we can and should be looking at. I know the Minister of Finance, the Coordinator of Economy, is looking into some of them already. By the way, the NNPC, L, and Sovereign Wealth Fund can play a major role in this as they did in Saudi Arabia and other UAE countries. Major role in this, if you know how to do it. It's about being strategic. Local patronage, which I think is one of the pillars. But I want to tell you the problem is not about laws, it's not about policies. There are policies, there are laws that are talking about local patronage. The problem is about compliance. Lack of compliance by the executive, by the National Assembly, by all of us. And the idea, and so the solution you should be looking for, it's not about policies and laws, they are there already. The issue is about compliance. So what we need to do is make sure that we have effective processes for monitoring compliance and that there are consequences for non-compliance. Education and skills cannot be left out. It's not one of your pillars, but you need that because you need educated people who have the education that are relevant to your economy. Today, we don't have them. What Pakistan, what Brazil, what Singapore, what Germany do is that every 2 years, there's a skills gap survey which determines how the school curricula and all that. You need to focus. You can't succeed without focusing on education and skills as well. The last point I want to talk about is about innovation, technology. The adoption of advanced technologies and automation into our manufacturing facilities to enhance productivity, reduce costs, and improve quality standards should be one of the considerations. We have recommended the triple helix model, which advocates the link between research in academia and research in institutes with research in industry. It's about time our research institutes, funded by the taxpayers, play a major role in national and industrial development. In future, countries will not be differentiated by whether they are developing or whether they are developed. They will determine whether they are innovation rich or innovation poor. We need to look at research institutes again and make sure that they're doing what they need to do. And my last point is about institutions. Nations fail or succeed. Nations fail if the institutions are weak or do not exist. Nations fail. Manufacturing will fail if the institutions set up around manufacturing are weak or do not exist. They exist in Nigeria, but they are weak. It's important to make sure that we strengthen them. I will assure you that if you implement the National Code of Corporate Governance in the public sector, it will have a dramatic effect, not only on the economy, but on manufacturing and on the country overall. So the time to act is now. If we act decisively, as I know we can, then the opportunities are huge. We have the potential to become a top 10 global producer and exporter of some strategic sectors. Significantly increase and improve the quality of our national income. When I talk about the quality of our national income, I'm talking about size. I'm talking about the sources of income, and I'm talking about the mix of income. Three things involved in that. We have a great opportunity to become the manufacturing hub in Africa and take a full advantage of the free trade zone. So, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I would like to make a special appeal to the President, and I make this appeal to the President through His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. My appeal to the President, to the Vice President, is please, Your Excellency, declare the manufacturing sector a national priority sector and back it with plans, policies, and money. That is the only way Nigeria will become prosperous. That's the only way. Back it and let's do it. This may yet be the beginning of moving our great and beautiful, well-endowed country from potential to posterity. In conclusion, some may say that the current business environment is daunting and extremely difficult for any country to industrialize, let alone to become competitive. But Malaysia, Indonesia, and China were worse than this before they embarked on their own industrial programs. And look at what they have achieved today. If they can do it, Nigeria can certainly do it. Not just do it, but we can do it better and we can do it quicker. After all, in the 1950s and 1960s, before the advent of oil and gas exports, Nigeria exported more tonnage of manufactured products to the United Kingdom than any of what became the Asian tiger countries, according to the UK shipping data. Nigeria may not be able to compete with China today, but by rigorously implementing an updated industrial plan and addressing the considerations I've talked about today, Nigeria can certainly position itself as a manufacturing hub in Africa. Your Excellency, sorry, I have not given you time to pause, to applaud me because of the time constraint. I have so much to say, and I've been told I have a few minutes, so I'm rushing through some of these so that the Vice President, who has so much to do, will go through this. So, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to end with this quote from the Reclaiming the Jewel of Africa, which was a book I launched last year. History shows that no country has ever become rich by exporting raw materials without also having a competitive manufacturing sector, and in modern terms, an advanced services sector. The more a country specializes in the production of raw materials, becomes import dependent, and its large population continues to grow at a higher rate than its GDP, the poorer it becomes. Industry, manufacturing multiplies national wealth. Thank you very much for listening. I wish you a very big deliberations in the next few days.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please give him a resounding applause. He did an excellent job to keep to time. That's a very heavy paper compressed in 20 minutes. Thank you so much, sir. We value you always. All right, I think we'll just do this to save time. I'd like to have the DG of NIPS, Professor Motayo, to please step forward. You'll make a presentation to Mr. Ganga. Hello, Dr. Aganga, sir, please step forward. We just want to save time. We'll have this presentation of your plaques. The DG NIPS would make that presentation, after which we switch to. Please step forward, sir.
What's the time now?
The time?
Yes.
This is 1:16. Olusegun Aganga, yes. So you can just be making comments, something that you would have said. Olusegun Aganga.
Maybe I'll request that the last keynote speaker come forward, please. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes in October last year, the National Institute invited Manufacturers Association of Nigeria to the National Institute for a brainstorm session. And we are here today because of the brainstorm session that we had last year. I believe after today's event, manufacturing in Nigeria will become a different venture. Thank you. Sir, this is an appreciation award presented to your good self for giving us a fantastic keynote address on the theme of Manufacturing Association of Nigeria Summit this year, Rethinking Manufacturing. Certainly, sir, you have shown us that we can actually rethink manufacturing. Please accept this as a totem of appreciation for the speech you just gave. Thank you very much.
Yes, shake it. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for them. We appreciate you. All right, while they make their way to their seats, I'd like... All right, thank you so much, sirs. I'd like for an usher to please help pick this box to help Dr. Aganga take his plaque to his seat. Thank you. That is too big an assignment for DG NIPS. All right, so next up, I'd like to invite the DG, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, to make this second presentation. And this goes to no other person than a man that we are very proud of in the manufacturing sector. Please put your hands together for the President, Dangote Industries Limited, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, GCON. Our distinguished keynote speaker, in whom we're well pleased. Please, a round of applause for him as he makes his way forward.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, making a presentation to Alhaji Aliko Dangote is like rewarding him for doing his job. He is our number one, in whom we are well pleased. And having had him today, I'm not sure anyone will be in doubt that what he has said is what we need to do. Alhaji sir, on behalf of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, I want to make this presentation to you and to assure you that you are a proud son of Africa and that with people like you, manufacturing will take its manifest destiny. We thank you for always supporting us. Thank you, Alhaji.
Thank you so much, Alhaji. We appreciate you always. So the usher would bring this to your seats. The DG has volunteered to do this assignment. Thank you so much, DG man, and thank you, Alhaji Aliko Dangote. And so the next presentation we're about listening to is one that we have clearly been waiting to listen to. And given the intelligent keynote speeches we've listened to earlier, I'm sure His Excellency will do a fantastic response as he's equally representing the President at this function. So he has two assignments: deliver the President's address to manufacturers at this event and also declare the summit open. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, can we give a resounding applause, standing ovation for the Vice President, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON.
Please, you can kindly sit down, please. First of all, I want to align myself with Alhaji Aliko's earlier pronouncements. Import dependency is tantamount to exporting jobs and importing poverty. no power, no growth, no prosperity. No affordable funds, no growth, no prosperity, and no industrialization without protection. The Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, special advisors to the President, members of the Diplomatic Corps, DG of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, other Directors General and heads of parastatals and agencies of government, the Comptroller General of Customs, the Wakiling Adamawa and elder statesman, our host, the President Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, the DG and our distinguished keynote speakers, Alhaji Aliko Dangote and Dr. Olusegun O. Aganga, MAN's National Council members, Executive Committee members, as well as its members and staff present, elder statesmen, captains of industry, and members of the organized private sector, manufacturers, resource persons, and members of the academia present, honored guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am most delighted to be part of an occasion like this, where we can collectively think, reshape, and prioritize strategic issues that matter most to our economy for the benefit of our country. I specifically thank the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria for this initiative. I agree with the association's president that there is no other time to rethink our approach to developing the manufacturing sector than now. It is the right thing we must do to strengthen our capacity and improve our manufacturing performance. I feel the pain of the hard times our manufacturers are facing, particularly regarding the rising operational costs due to the inevitable fallout of the ongoing reforms. The reforms are aimed at making our economy stronger and better, and most importantly, in the interest of our future generations. Through collective efforts by the government and the private sector, we will transcend bonds and limits that have caused and have a cause to smile later. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we must at all costs shift our economy from being import dependent. Both the private and public sectors have relied too much on imported goods, goods we can actually produce at home, undermining our own industrial potential. At this summit, we must rethink our long-standing reliance on importation of foreign products and proper practical measures that will activate the capacity to produce locally in the required quantities to meet our domestic demands. This is the way to foster our industrial development and competitiveness. We need to re-examine our disposition to the exportation of strategic and high-end raw materials, including cassava, wheat, and similar products vital for our local industrial use. We'll do more to prioritize the domestic supply of gas to make it more accessible for local manufacturers. Nevertheless, let us be reminded that we cannot achieve significant progress in our drive for industrialization unless we deliberately promote the production of capital goods for competitive export. We must refocus on expanding our production base and prioritize local content development, promoting made in Nigeria products. I want to reassure you that Executive Order 003, which mandates the patronage of locally manufactured products, is still in effect. The relevant government ministries, departments, and agencies are mandated to fully comply with the order henceforth. I affirm our conscious determination to forge our own defined paths, to build a resilient economy through our own industries, and to create our own prosperity. Manufacturing is the backbone of any national economy. It is the veritable avenue for achieving and maintaining sustainable economic growth and development. It is the engine that drives job and wealth creation. Currently, manufacturing contributes no higher than 10% to our gross domestic product. This is not our desire and is not acceptable. Let this summit commit to increasing this to 20% by the end of 2025 and increase it by another 5% over the following 3 years, resulting in a cumulative annual contribution to GDP of 25% by 2028, counting from the current fiscal year. I understand that to achieve this, we must address critical issues such as regulatory hurdles, infrastructure deficits, access to finance, and power supply, amongst others, which have consistently burdened the cost of doing business and hamper investors' confidence in the sector. All hands are on deck to bring down the current cost of doing business and provide incentives for manufacturing development. I am aware of the significant tax-related burden on the sector, which has regularly been highlighted among the major concerns by the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. The issue is being addressed to enhance manufacturing development. The Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform is specifically addressing this matter, and we have entered the implementation stage of the reform. All government ministries, departments, and agencies are working closely with the committee to ensure a harmonized tax structure that will provide relief and a supportive operating environment for our businesses. The improved tax system, which will be effectively implemented, will provide adequate incentives for investment inflows and local industrial development. We will continue to work together with the private sector to invest in critical infrastructure, power, and transportation, to ensure that our industries thrive to meet the demands of our rapidly changing economy and to be able to compete globally. I also recognize that accessible, reliable, and affordable electricity is the lifeblood of manufacturing, and access to finance remains a significant hurdle for many manufacturers, especially small and medium-scale industries. It is our decision today to prioritize these challenges for the sector to rebound in full swing. My dear manufacturers and fellow Nigerians, the government alone cannot drive the transformation that our industries need. We need your collaboration, your ideas and expertise, and your investment and innovation. We need your commitment to quality standards. We cannot shy away from the importance of adhering to manufacturing standards in driving forward our industries. On the part of the government, and through our deliberate policy incentives, we are here to support you, the manufacturers. We need your partnership to build a nation that is self-sufficient in food and quality industrial production. Once again, I acknowledge the pain of difficult times you are experiencing, heightened by numerous macroeconomic challenges that have tested our resolve. I must confess, it has been tough on all of us. From global economic uncertainties to local infrastructural deficits, high inflation, weak backward integration, high exchange rates, and shortages of inputs and food supplies. Your resilience and inventiveness have been nothing short of extraordinary. You have continued to innovate, adapt, and lay a strong foundation for the future. I deeply appreciate your commitment and partnership. I have faith in your ingenuity and creativity, and I believe that together we can achieve greatness in the sector. I assure you of our continuous readiness to collaborate with you, to listen to your concerns, and to act on your recommendations. In closing, I charge you, esteemed manufacturers, let us work together to build a country that is proud of its manufacturing strength, proud of its products, and proud of its market. it is now my singular honor to declare the summit open and to wish you a fruitful summit, even as I eagerly await its implementable outcome. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you so very much, Your Excellency. His Excellency will remain on the stage. We'll have an opportunity of a quick group photograph with His Excellency, after which we have a presentation of a token from the association. I'd like to invite the President of MAN, Otumba Francis Meshoye, to please step forward to make this quick presentation of plaque. That after which we'll have a group photograph with His Excellency, with dignitaries whose names will be mentioned. It's receiving on behalf of the President of Nigeria,
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you can kindly sit down. This is just a minor addendum. I want to assure, or I will say reassure our manufacturing community that in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you have an ally that you can invest your trust on. You have a friend that speaks your language. You have an ally that aligns with your aspirations. You have someone who has demonstrated leadership. You have someone you can invest your trust in. And to me, with no intent to play to the gallery, the most important black man in the world is seated here in our midst. There is a difference between a rich man and a wealthy man. A rich man can become rich through our entire economy. But a wealthy man generates jobs, gives hope to the hopeless, and serves his nation. If Alhaji Aliko Dangote had invested his $15 billion in Microsoft, in Google, in Amazon, some 10 to 15 years ago, he might be worth at least $75 billion by now. But he elected to invest in his nation. And if I have my way, every public official in this country, every industrialist will be forced to read specific books like Joyce Tudwell's How Asia Walks, like Reclaiming the African Jewel by Olusegun Aganga. I will force every public official to read the works of Banis Europakis, the former Greek finance minister. I will force every public official to read the works of Ha Jun Chang. Anyone who is familiar with the works of Joyce Tudwell can testify to the fact, and I am quoting here verbatim, every successful economy, every economically successful society has been guilty in its formative stages of protectionism. Outside of the offshore port financial havens such as Hong Kong and Singapore, there are no economies that have developed to the first rank through policies of free trade. Protectionism has always been the rich man's entry ticket to industrial development. It has been used by governments in developing countries to help their countries learn the production techniques that are vital for them to become more competitive. The way to understand successful manufacturing policy in East Asia is to trace the manner in which lessons learned by other countries were imported into the region. Northeast Asian industrial policy was copied from the example of Germany, which in the late 19th and early 20th centuries provided Meiji Japan with a contemporaneous case study of successful industrialization. With these few remarks, I want to align myself wholly with the position of Alhaji Aliko Dangote and the positions taken by Dr. Olusegun Aganga. We owe nobody any apologies. We have to protect our industries for our national interest. Alhaji Aliko was even apologetic and was trying to explain that it won't lead to monopoly. So be it. The end justifies the means. If we can have oligopolies or monopolies, so be it, provided our nation can come out stronger and more varied. At the risk of sounding repetitive, Nigeria is the soul of Africa. Wherever Nigeria goes, that's where Africa goes. If Nigeria succeeds, the black man has succeeded. I urge you, I appeal to you, I wish to impress on you to give my boss the benefit of the doubt. He has the courage of conviction to take far-reaching decisions to reposition the economy. No doubt about it, things are tough. But no matter how long the night is, it must give way to the light of the dawn. Tough times do not last forever, but tough people do. Stormy the weather might well be, but it won't rain forever. The good times are coming. The policy reforms will start yielding dividends. And Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, great things will come our way in the coming months and years. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you so very much, Your Excellency.
This is a token on behalf of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria to His Excellency President.
Sorry, could you bring down the music? Thank you.
President Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for giving us this opportunity and supporting the manufacturing business in Nigeria by having this summit. We are so much happy by what His Excellency, the Vice President, has just said, that the government is going to protect the investment in Nigeria of the manufacturers. You have been well charged. We thank His Excellency, the President, so much, and we thank the Vice President for attending. The Vice Presidents are having this on behalf of the President, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the Vice President will be back in the afternoon, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you so very much. On this note, we ask that we take the first photograph. The deacons will lead the people here, Minister of Finance, the PS, Industry, Trade and Investment, Special Advisor, Payback, Special Advisor, Economics, CG of Customs, President's man, DG man, former President's man, Wakilin Adamawa, the VPs, VPs, please step forward to join this photograph. DG NAFDAC, EY representative, and President of ANI. DG Nips, President of ANI, please join the photograph. Thank you very much. Yeah, please let's have this. After this photograph, please let the major sponsors get ready. These are the two photographs we are taking for today. Are you set? Ready? Okay, thank you very much. Please, the major sponsors to take the final picture. Alhaji Aliko Dangote to stay with the president. Please, the group can go while another set of people come down. DG Man, President Man, CIG Motors, representative of British American Tobacco, Flour Mills of Nigeria, Lee Group, International Tobacco Company, TGI, Secure ID, and Africa Industries Group. These are the people that will join here, please. Immediately after this photograph, we'll go to the exhibition ground we'll go for the exhibition. Please, Engineer Mansour Ahmed, to join this photograph. Engineer Mansour. Okay, thank you so very much. His Excellency, the Vice President, will lead us to the exhibition ground, sir. Please, everybody should be on their seat as we proceed to the exhibition venue. His Excellency will lead us there, sir. So please, let's go to the exhibition ground. Please, all other guests to stay behind and be seated, please. Please let all others stay behind.
So, please, if you are not part of the delegation, please stay behind.
Only those who are part of the delegation.
Distinguished guests, we still have a session in the afternoon, but while we reconvene at 2:30, we will be proceeding to lunch now. And the launch is just behind you. There is an exit point. The lunch area is set. Kindly proceed to the lunch area to have your lunch. By 2:30, we come back reconvening in this hall for the next session. Thank you so much. This is also a time for you to stretch and further network with persons you haven't seen for a long time. 2:30, we reconvene for the continuation of this session. Thank you so much for being a part of this event.
There's a road there. It's better here. Yeah, this place. Please let everybody stay.
your favorite #1 Nigerian saxophonist. My name is Yemi Sax.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're reconvening for the second session of the summit. If you are in the banquet hall, kindly make your way to this sitting area. If you are in the lunch area, rather, kindly make your way to the conference area. We're starting any moment from now. Please, let's take our seat and settle down. We clearly have a long way to go. Thank you for your patience. We are almost done. You've been amazing all day. Please come in and settle down. We're starting in the next few minutes. Thank you. Distinguished guests, please, we're starting the second session now. Let's come in and settle down. Thank you. Let's have our seats. Time is fast spent. We have quite a number of presentations. And remember, the summit is for us to gather to reach a good conclusion as to move the manufacturing sector forward. It's been a long day, but we're clearly close to the end of this. So let's make this a resounding success with our cooperation. Please, let's settle down. Those in the lunch area, please come into the hall. We're starting now. Distinguished guests, let's please come into the hall. I'd like for the ushers to help me with those who are outside this hall, perhaps at the registration point or at the exhibition area. Please kindly notify participants that we're starting the next session now. Our time is fast spent. Please, let's come in and settle down. It's still Rethinking Manufacturing, and it's a pleasure to move on with further conversations around what we should be doing at this time. For the next session, we have a couple of presentations I'll just highlight briefly before we officially start this event, but I'd like for you to please settle down.
At this session, we'll be listening to a presentation on rethinking manufacturing in Nigeria, leveraging AFCFTA. Also, we'll have some conversations around implementing policies to drive industrialization. We also will be paying attention to facts and figures on the state of the manufacturing sector in Nigeria. Then how we could improve macroeconomic environment, ease of doing business, and periscoping our ESG. Distinguished guests, let's please come in and settle down. Our time is fast spent and we clearly need to start now. Ushers, please help me with those at the exhibition area or anywhere around if they can hear this announcement. We're starting now. Please, let's settle down. All right, it's time for us to move on. Thank you so much. Please have your seats. As we continue with the second session of the Nigerian Manufacturing Summit with the theme Rethinking Manufacturing, I have the honor of inviting to make his presentation on the topic Rethinking Manufacturing in Nigeria, Leveraging AFCFTA. And the speaker is representing His Excellency, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, represented by Director Trade in Goods and Competition. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Muhammad Ali as he comes forward for his presentation. Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali, please. Okay, while he joins us later, I have the honor of inviting the Director General of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies. He is to speak on implementing policies to drive industrialization. Please put your hands together for Professor Ayo Omotayo. A round of applause for him as he makes his way upstage. He has 20 minutes to make his presentation. All right, please put your hands together for Professor Omotayo. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. May I call on everyone seated in this hall to please begin to pay attention once more. It's been a long journey getting here, and I want to believe that Manufacturers Association of Nigeria and its members will use this opportunity to let us address all the challenges that they face. We still have seated in this hall, and we are very privileged to have the Honorable Minister for Finance and the Coordinator of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, still seated. Honorable Minister, we are appreciative of your patience. We still have seated the CG of Customs. CG, we are happy you are still seated. Now, let me impose a little bit of NIPS style manual on us, because NIPS is part of this. Apart from those who are seated in the special area, may I request that everybody stands up for as long as I want. Can you please stand up if you are not seated in the special area? No, Chief, you can sit down. You are in the blue chair. No, sir. Honorable Minister, it doesn't affect you. But everybody seated on the black chair is CG of Customs. You are exempted. And any president, you are also exempted. Please, Chief, you can sit down. Honorable Minister, please have you. Every other person seated in the black chair can. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this half of the hall has failed the NIPS test. When you are greeted, you must answer. So I will greet us once more. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen seated, standing up in this hall. Thank you very much. Are we aware why we are here? Do we still have the energy to continue? Now, can somebody tell us what the theme of this summit is? Somebody from the floor. Are we actually rethinking manufacturing? Do you want manufacturing to continue the way it has always been? Now, I'm making you stand up because sometimes in October last year, we invited the top echelon of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria to the National Institute. And it was the first time they were having a brainstorm session in the NIPS style. Unfortunately, I had the president there too, and once you enter NIPS, you have to follow our rules. Do you know what? We had them standing on their feet for the brainstorm session for as long as 3 hours at some sessions. So if I'm asking you to stand up, it's because your people have done something tougher than that. We kept them with us for 3 days, and every session was not less than 3 hours. And they looked at it, they actually started thinking on their feet. And of course, that is why we are here today. We assured them that all the sacrifices they made, all the punishments, let me put it, that they took will not come to nothing. That we will ensure that manufacturing gets the attention of the presidency. And that is why we are here today. We believe that this will be the beginning of new things. Let me allow you to stand up because you are not MNIs and you are not hoping to become MNIs. Can you please sit down? Please clap for yourselves. Well, when you see people wearing that yellow badge, they didn't earn it just like that. They actually always have to work for it. Before I continue, let me just say that one of the mandates of the National Institute is to think for the government. And because NIPS has, and we believe in the renewed hope agenda, we selected 6 sectors of the economy that we feel are very important to national growth and development. We did not agree with the conception that Nigeria cannot do more than 5% GDP growth per annum. We looked at it and we believe that manufacturing by itself can deliver that 5% growth per annum. But when we looked at the records of manufacturing, we found that manufacturing was only doing about 14.9% contribution to the GDP. If our economy is said to be growing at 3.2, and population is growing at 2.8%, then certainly there will be no growth, there will be no development, there will be no job opportunities for our children, and when they don't have that opportunity, we will continue to have problems. You can look at my slides. We like to just do it visual at NIPS. The slides are programmed just for 45 seconds. I'm going to ask questions at the end of the day. I'm not going to talk to it. Just look at what is on the screen. I know you are all MDs and chiefs of your companies, but I have the liberty to ask questions of my slide. But while you are watching the slide, please begin to also listen to my preachings. We have the opportunity in the next 3 days to change the fortune of manufacturing. Manufacturers, this is your opportunity to engage with the key and major stakeholders of government. If you want to complain about customs duty and the attitude of customsmen, we have brought them. The CG is here. You have an opportunity of engaging with him. The director of NAFDAC just left. She promised to be back tomorrow. If you have issues with that particular regulator, you have an opportunity of also engaging with her. Now, that is the problem as conceptualized at our brainstorm session in October. I'm not sure that got to other members of MAN. That is the conceptualization of the problem. We're trying to trace the history of manufacturing. That is the problem of manufacturing in Nigeria. Now we ask ourselves, what do we need to do? Alhaji Dangote spoke about infrastructure. He spoke about incentives. I'm sure some of those things will be speaking to one to either one or any of the 5 pillars. So much was said about protecting the Nigerian industrial sector. That will be done under trade policies. I spoke with someone outside just now. He spoke about special economic zones. We recognize that it is necessary. We have heard earlier that we need to look for FDI in a different way. Alhaji Dangote mentioned that we need to develop our own domestic market before foreigners will come. So the policies we'll be looking at will be drawn around those things we have mentioned. How do we sustain what we have? Short term, medium term, long term. And of course, we need a public-private partnership. I'm very sure if all of those 7 rolling mills had been privatized at the inception, the private investors would have ensured that they did not fail, because then private money would have been involved, and people don't joke with their private investments. But then, in our quest for industrialization, we have asked you to look at the caveat. If Nigeria is going to be one country, and if we are going to have even development, there must be equitable distribution of industrial benefits across the regions. Remember, we have all the 45 important minerals needed for industrialization at one point in Nigeria, at one location or the other. If we are going to be strong in our agro-industrial processing, we have to spread our industries. I mentioned earlier that there is an agency that is looking at that. At our meeting in October, we concluded that there is actually nothing that Nigeria requires for development that we do not have. That we have issues of cement. This is the epilogue. It's written
that Mr. President has put in place, but let us also look at the perspective that behind the scenes, underneath what we are able to see, there is a total reorganization and revamping of the revenues of government. Technology has been applied to put in place a revenue generating exercise that is making sure that government gets the revenue that it should get from all the ministries, departments, and agencies that are revenue generating. It's taken from them automatically. Not just in Naira, there are foreign exchange revenues which previously were even unknown, not to talk of not collected by government. Those are being collected. And that's the fundamentals of the macroeconomic environment that we need. We needed the revenue. The same in the oil sector. Our number one source of funding for growth, for development, for industrialization is oil revenues. And so in the conversation about climate change and so forth, we have to be one of those taking a very realistic attitude that we need to use our wealth, our fossil fuels, to develop our economy. climate change, for which we have very little responsibility, cannot now impose a cost on us that stops us using our fossil fuel wealth, oil and gas, to develop our economy. I think that's the stance that we need to take. In terms of course, ease of doing business is critical, but we have a special organization under Mr. Vice President, that deals with that. I'll talk about that briefly. Integrating ESG, the Ernst & Young presenter emphasized as best as anybody can the importance of ESG. These days, a lot of the financing that is available worldwide is available to companies that are compliant in terms of their environmental policies, in terms of their social policies, and in terms of the quality of their governance. And so I'm sure you, as top-class manufacturers and businessmen, are very much aware of that. It's going the other way now. Okay. So, improving access to capital for manufacturers. As I mentioned, there are going to be a range of measures rolled out in the very near future that provide additional access to manufacturers. Already, there has been funding, 200 billion naira provided to SMEs, nano industries, and other small-scale manufacturers through the Bank of Industry. And that process is dealing with the issue of high cost of capital, because it's providing funding at 9%. We heard earlier today that in the market rates are 30%. That funding is being provided at 9% to small and medium-scale manufacturers. Clearly, there are none here, otherwise they'll be clapping for themselves and happy with themselves. As I said, for the large-scale industrialists, and you know, the small scale, today we visited a stand. The businesswoman was making chin-chin. And you know, when you have high elevated interest rates, exchange rates, it protects you. It protects local production against imports because, of course, imports become more expensive. So local producers have a huge opportunity. Instead of buying snacks and importing them from wherever, the local producers now have a market because the foreign goods are no longer there. The demand is still there. You have over 200 million Nigerians, so the demand is there for snacks or whatever. And that's the kind of opportunity that is available in Nigeria of today. To reduce the high cost of transportation, as we know, CNG.
Effective monitoring and evaluation and policy continuity to achieve the desired goals. We are convinced that the Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration has blazed the trail in public-private sector engagement and consultation. We commend Your Excellency and implore you to utilize the outcome of the stakeholder engagement on the policy formation and also implementation processes. We equally urge Your Excellency to ensure that the sector's operations is not disrupted by apparent policies and incidents of policy somersault without consultation with the relevant stakeholders. This administration, at its critical time in the history of our nation, have selflessly and relentlessly confront the binding constraint that limits our performance, and work with us to overcome them. Also, the 5 pillars we are focusing upon at this summit should be prioritized by the government and fully supported by all other relevant authorities, industrial stakeholders. This will provide the appropriate business supportive environment for manufacturing to thrive. We must work together to actualize and sustain manufacturing. As our elders remind us, it takes a village to raise a child. The child is the Nigerian manufacturing sector, and collectively we are the village, and shares a common objective and commitment. We should spare no effort as we commit to replacement of a strong manufacturing sector. He who plants a seed today repeats harvest tomorrow, says the adage. The steps we have taken today through this summit will usher in great returns in the near future. To our partners, international collaborators, and members of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, the summit organizing team, and to each and everyone present, we deeply appreciate your presence and participation. As we depart from today's session to convene again tomorrow, let's bring new perspective and innovative ideas that our manufacturing sector needs to thrive. It is important so that Nigerian manufacturers can stand tall as pillars of economic prosperity of our national pride. I thank you.
As they say that the words of elders are words of wisdom, we want to thank you so much, sir, for this very wonderful and detailed vote of thanks.
And it's on this note we've come to a wonderful end of the day one of the Nigerian Manufacturers Summit. The brochure you have with you clearly details the activities that would happen for the next 2 days. Tomorrow we have the syndicate sessions. We have 5 pillars, and each of those 5 pillars have focus group discussion. A good number of us have different focus group we've been assigned to. Please, let's make it early tomorrow as we engage at our different focus group. And also on day 3, we have the presentation of all the discussions we had on day 2, which will be presented to the Vice President, and we will take it from there in making it a policy as we rethink manufacturing. Then on the evening of the last day, we have a gala night or dinner, if you may call it. It's a networking dinner where each and every one of us will have time to interact and network properly. It's been a wonderful time, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As we close, can we remain standing? Let's have the national anthem to formally close this event. Please, the national anthem. The national anthem, please.
They say all is well that ends well. We bid each and every one of us a very great night's rest, and we expect those that will be at the focus group discussions tomorrow to please come early so that we can start.